What a crazy, interesting song that was. Not necessarily my favorite song that OC Remix has ever done, but or that OC Remix has ever put out on their list. But it's pretty good. It's pretty good. How are y'all doing tonight? I'm trying to save myself just a few more minutes of brain ache here. Hope you don't mind. Truth told, I'm actually looking really forward to Myst III. Been I didn't expect Myst or Riven to get into my head the way that they did, and they were games that I legitimately spent time thinking about. Check. Ooh, if I want to check. Oh, that is great. Let's see if I can get this on this stream. No, I should be able to. Question is, build enough. So Gaia has been working on a logo for me because my current one is outdated, and I actually lost the source files for it. I'm great at backing up, and I happened. But so yeah, here's what we're potentially working with here, and it looks phenomenal. That's really great. I like it a lot. Tanuki leaf with the new inclusion pride flag. Perfect. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Oh, that's great. Okay. Ah, it's great. That's gonna be awesome. I'm so excited. All right. I suppose if I'm gonna do this, we should probably do this, right? I've decided that I'm going to write a lot more things down during Myst III than I did during Riven because that cost me some time. Riven. Stuff that I discounted as being irrelevant ended up being very relevant. Fuck Ubisoft. Just want to point that out.
I realized as our group linked back to Dunny that we should not restore the city as we had planned. The once magnificent buildings lay in ruin, a testament to the hatred that had consumed them. Too many people had fallen victim to that hate, to the prejudice and greed from which it sprang. Gazing out across the cavern, I decided to write another age, one that would help the Dunny survivors begin again, free from the tragedies of their past. So with my wife, Catherine, supporting me, I put aside that past to write a future. More than a year has gone by since I finished writing Relishon. I have a new daughter, who I hope will someday link to that age with me. And as I imagine Yisha meeting the Dunny, those brave men and women who are building a new life for themselves, I realize I've been given another chance as well. A chance to learn from my mistakes and leave the past behind me once and for all.
All right. Production values are up quite a bit from Riven.
Breathtaking, isn't it?
Wow.
We call it Tamana. We moved here after Atreus finished writing Relation. He wanted us to have a new home too. I'm so glad to see you. I told Atreus our paths would cross again. He was just going to grab something for your trip to Relation, so he shouldn't be terribly long. Unless he decides to check over the whole house first, which means he could be hours resetting all his padlocks. But I know he was looking forward to introducing you to the Dunny, so he shouldn't be terribly long. Why don't you wait in his study?
You knew our paths would cross again after your husband dumped me down a glory hole of destiny. Okay. Well, that's good. Yes. Oh, that transition took a while. Holy crap. Okay.
I'm sorry, the other door.
This looks like it's using... You know, I'm going to have to see it a little bit closer, but it really looks like it's using the same engine that Journeyman Project 3 and Presto Studios is involved, so that would make sense. I mean, you know, clearly another kid is what the world needs, because his first two didn't seal his own first two in books or anything. Like, how much do you have to be disappointed in your child to... It was on the PS2. Okay. Well, that looks promising. Oh, that's Riven? Oh, because the symbol, that's what you're going by. Timon. Oh, I know it's not Timon. Taman, thank you for responding so quickly to my request for Nara padlocks. As you know, security on Tamana has become an important issue of late. Perhaps I am overreacting, as Catherine suggests, but the idea that someone may have been sneaking into my study, reading all of my... Oh, hey, yeah. Reading all of my journals disturbs me after what happened to my library on Myst, after my own sons, Cirrus and Akinar, destroyed so many of my books. I've come to realize how delicate the link is to my worlds. I've never been able to repair those burned books, to link to each age and find out if the inhabitants survived. The padlocks won't change that situation, but they should ease my fear of trespassers considerably. Sincerely, Atreus.
Well, my friend, I see you found the Relishon book. Catherine tells me you've been here for some time. I'm sorry if I've kept you waiting. Since we'll be gone a few days, I needed to secure some of my things. And I also wanted to bring you this. It's a journal I kept while I was writing Relishon. I thought you might find it interesting to read about what I'd hoped to achieve, compared to what the age truly is. Well, just let me get my keys to unlock Relishon and we'll be off.
Some light
I'm
reading.
interested in hearing what you've been up to in recent months.
Hey, I've composed a new...
No! No! Relishon!
Okay, well. It doesn't even give you a choice. You just go there, it looks like. I mean, I'd have been like, sorry, Atris, but I'm out. The stranger, brave and sure, followed after the antagonist without question. Can't lock the door. That's just cheating. Pick up rock. Break glass. You know what? I need to... okay. So, is there... anything that I can see about how to act? That besides... no, of course not. I mean, let's just lay siege. I mean, he's got to come out of there for food at some point, right? Atris has this power over me. Yeah, it's like, oh, oh, I don't know how you fell into that book. No, no. No. I didn't volunteer your shit this time. It literally was just like, hey, you seem like an upstanding fellow. And then I got pulled into the book. Alright, so let's retrace our steps a bit. We started here. The hell is this thing? Okay. So we've got... I guess like a telescope would be the best word for it. With colored spheres. Does rotating it change anything? That one's gotta be the rock, right? It's gotta be staring at rock. You know, I am going to... I have a feeling like we're gonna end up bouncing a laser through these or something. Like, the fact that you have one exact view on this one, which points to another one with a colored sphere. Okay. Red is currently pointed to purple. I'm gonna move on from now. There now. I'm not crazy about the hand on this one. We're gonna mark this down. It's on a giant tusk. It's a nice rendition of the Green Lantern symbol. I move with the WAS keys? Of course not. Nope, it is purely point and click on this one. Okay. It's the only way I can get across. I'm just gonna go over one more time and see if I'm... Oh ho! Hey, there's a hole. Okay. Huh. Oh. Not the friendliest hole I've ever been down. Not very welcoming, you know what I mean. Oh, hey. Oh. How weird. Okay. Nope, that was not what I wanted. Crap. Nope, that was not what I wanted. Two. Did that wrong this time, so all the way to the right. No, shit, I just... Fuck. Okay. You go back. Will it just let me drop down? Perfect. That's the way I wanted it. Okay. Excellent. There we go. First try. Ah. So did you see any amazing places while you were in the Navy? 80s would have been Cold War, right? Okay. There anything behind the door? Doesn't seem I can do anything in here. There's a button over there that I can't reach. Mostly Mediterranean countries. Oh, that'd be cool. I'd really like to see Greece someday. Well, shit. Over there. It looks like that is accessible. You have to cross on the rocks. Aha. There is another one of those over. So, looking to see if there's any other markings or anything. Okay, so that's lined up with yellow now. I always feared this day would come. For years, Catherine and I have dreamed of restoring Dunny. We have dedicated our lives to the task, taking it upon ourselves to locate the citizens of Dunny and convince them to return to their ruined city and rebuild. Our dream has become the dream of so many now, and the progress we had made towards achieving it is something of which we all can which we can all stand proud. But I know now that it has been a mistake. The city of Dunny should not be restored. It should stand forever in ruins as both a symbol of our past mistakes and a memorial to all who lost their lives when Dunny fell. The devastating events of recent months, the war on the Terrachne? Am I saying that right? Terrachne or Tyranny? Because I can't tell if that's supposed to be a K or an N. And the depth of Uta, in particular, have driven this truth home to me quite forcefully. If we rebuild the city walls today, we are not giving approval to the very illness that destroyed our civilization in the first place? Are we not setting ourselves up to repeat that pattern again in future generations? I have put much thought into this tonight, and have found only one solution. If we, the men and women who survived the downfall of Dunny, are to thrive, then we must break the pattern of hatred which has destroyed so many lives. We must begin our civilization anew, and we can only do that if I write a new age. I have spoken with Catherine about this, and she agrees. I only hope the others will see it as well. Will these people never cease to amaze me? I thought they would object to my decision. After all, most of them linked back to Dunny specifically to see the city rebuilt. But when I told them why we should not restore it, their response was immediate and unanimous. Whereas yesterday they thought only of rebuilding, today they concentrate solely on salvage. They intend to take from their ruined city only that which is best and move on. Everywhere I look, the enthusiasm for this new task is obvious. It heartens me, even as I face my own monumental contribution. I have written many ages in my lifetime, from my first timid attempts under the tyrannical tutelage of my father to my most recent accomplishment, Averon. Never before has so much been riding on my skill. The age I am about to write must be all I ever imagined and more. How am I going to achieve it? Catherine laughed this morning when she saw me drudging out my old notebooks. I must have made quite the picture, sitting near the embers of a fire surrounded by countless commentaries and journals. Some of them seem more dust than paper, but the hours I spent sifting through them were worth it. Okay, we've got a sketch, which I don't know if it'll be relevant or not, but I'm going to sketch it down anyway. My very, very horrible sketch. Ideas for what this new age might be are tumbling around in my head. There are almost too many to catch hold of. Oh, it's up in the sky! Okay. Obviously, I must choose some starting point as my anchor. Writing ages is a science, a precisely structured equation of words. Every equation needs its foundation, an underlying concept around which the age can develop. In the past, I have written my books around whatever idea intrigued me most at the time. I wanted to discover how the age to which the book linked would manifest the results of that idea. Sometimes civilizations had arisen, sometimes they had not. But whether a society had come to exist on an age or not, it was often in response to whatever concept the book I had written embodied. This time, my search for a concept must be weighed very carefully. I already have the civilization I wish to see develop. I know our history as a people and the paths we have followed to arrive here. Today I must write a book which will link to an age that will allow us to continue on our way, growing ever stronger as one people. What underlying concept does this new age reflect that will best allow our civilization to thrive? I fear I must think on this some more. It has taken me some time, but I have found my anchor. It came to me as I was considering what I know about the survivors of Dunny. We have seen so much tragedy in our lives, from the destruction of the city to the suffering and loss of loved ones due to plague and deprivation. Yet even in the midst of these adversities, my kinsman and I have found the strength to keep going. We have tapped into our individual strengths and transformed ourselves into something much stronger. It is a characteristic I have seen in several of my ages whenever I focused my writing on the inherent energy sources in a world. Long ago, grandmother taught me that no no possibility for life in an age exists without the presence of energy. By tapping into its latent energy sources, an age moves out of stasis. It grows, transforms, and develops. Energy is the underlying fuel that powers all activity. To put it more simply, energy powers future motion. Yet, as grandmother also liked to remind me, energy in an age takes on diverse forms. Each one has strengths and weaknesses of its own. How many forms will this new age contain? Which type will be its dominant theme? Tomorrow I will link back to Myst, and from there revisit several of my ages. Perhaps in my old worlds, I will discover new ideas. I wonder if that means we're going to get to go back to Myst in this one. That'll be interesting. I had almost forgotten how painful it is to revisit Myst. In the 10 years since my sons, Cirrus and Akinar, left me trapped on Kavir Island. I'm assuming that's correct. And burned so many of my books, Catherine and I have rarely linked back. I told myself we were always too busy, first with writing ages like Averone, then with searching the ages of Dunny for survivors. I always said we would spend more time on Myst eventually. The truth is, I have been avoiding the age. Seeing the island in its current condition ignites such anger and grief. I am immediately reminded of the betrayal of my sons, as well as the cruelty and greed with which they plundered my ages. I know I am partly responsible for these acts. I constantly wonder if there were something I could have done to reach out to the boys before. Enough. Nothing can change the tragedies of the past. Like my Dunny kinsman, I must salvage what is best and move on. Perhaps in the process, I will find forgiveness and hope. Once again, I am back on Myst Island, having completed a lengthy sojourn through several of my ages. The trip itself was not as inspiring as I had hoped. The Selenitic age was especially disturbing. But has it not always been so? The very first time I linked to the age, its uninhabited landscape was shaking with tremors. At the time, I felt it was because the energy in the age was unfocused, as if it were at war with itself. Stability finally came, but even after it did, I never truly felt comfortable there. I missed the more natural balance of ages, like Channelwood. Perhaps that is the lesson to take home with me. The Dunny, too, have faced much turmoil in their history. Their lives have been unsettled enough. Perhaps I should be striving to offset the energy that already exists within our civilization by providing it with a more stabilized environment in which to grow. An environment in which the natural equilibrium of the world serves as a counterpoint to the upheavals of civilization. The more I consider it, the more I wonder if I should make nature the foundation of this new age. Worlds like Channelwood attain equilibrium quite easily, primarily because of one reason: nature encourages mutual dependence. As one life withers and dies, it provides nourishment so that another might live. Plants become food for other animals, and the waste products animals cannot absorb become nutrients to sustain the other plants. So long as nothing intrudes to upset this balance, nature can maintain itself indefinitely. An interesting metaphor to set as an example for my people. I think I will confer with Catherine on this subject. Her ages always exhibit symbiosis more dramatically than mine. Perhaps she should help me write this new age. I like how write is capitalized like it's like a proper noun, which is interesting. I am so tired I can barely think right now, but I will force myself to stay focused, for I have not written anything in days. The moment I linked back to Dunny, I was besieged with requests for my assistance. Master Taman wanted to consult over which stonecutters were worth salvaging, and did I think the rock in this new age would be difficult to sound. Oma and Essel needed my opinion about a new history they had uncovered. Should they hold off on starting its translation, or would paper supplies be scarce in the New Age? There were so many questions needing answers, I barely had time to see Catherine. She, of course, laughed at my dilemma, saying that I had no one to blame but myself. After all, I was the one who encouraged the Dunny to start over. Naturally, they would look to me to keep them moving in the right direction, unless some other force stepped in to change that view. Her words made me realize a fundamental principle I had thus far been ignoring. All this time, I have been debating whether to make energy or nature the underlying framework for this age. But there is another equation to consider. An age based solely on the future motion of energy will face constant upheavals, most likely at the cost of tranquility. And an age based solely on the mutual dependence of nature can become so balanced over time, it may cease to tolerate change. Yet to continue to grow as a people, Dunny civilization needs both, occasional upheavals followed by periods of balanced stability. I have seen such situations occur naturally on several of my ages. Each time it was because I centered on the writing around some dynamic force that I had decided to make prevalent in the age. Such forces allow the balance between forward motion and mutual dependence to fluctuate. As one concept takes precedence, the other recedes until another force surfaces to change things. As Catherine's insightful comment reminded me, dynamic forces spur change. I am too tired to think more on this tonight. Hopefully in the morning, my thoughts will coalesce. Man, that guy is wordy. Catherine surprised me today. Apparently, while I was off visiting my ages, she linked to Myst by herself. She did not say so, but I could tell that her visit had been painful. More than ever now, I am convinced that we must find a place to begin again ourselves. Perhaps when I have written this new age for the Dunny, I will put some thought into where Catherine and I might live. I cannot believe I did not see it before. All this time I have been struggling to describe the perfect age for the Dunny. I have considered and then rejected several underlying concepts which I felt might best set the course for their future, as if I alone should determine how the Dunny civilization will grow. In my own way, I have become as egotistical as my father. In truth, I owe this realization to Catherine. Sensing my indecision about the new age, she led me on a walk around Dunny. Salvaging efforts were well underway, with teams of people scouring the ruined harbor district. As I watched my Dunny kinsmen deciding which parts of their culture to retain, I realized they do not need me to determine their future. They are quite capable of setting its course by themselves, regardless of what age I write. This realization has opened my eyes to the best way of approaching my task. I no longer need to worry about which underlying concept, energy, nature, or dynamic forces I should make prevalent in me. You know what? Rather, I must strive to include them all. Yeah, it's clear that it's a technique, but it's a specific act. Rather, I must strive to include them all. I must write a balance of systems into the descriptive book, long enough so that the Dunny people will constantly be challenged to attain their ultimate potential. As grandmother often pointed out to me when we spoke about ages back on Myst, balanced systems stimulate civilizations. Why do I feel like this is Tendo Soji? Grandmother said this. At last I feel I am ready to begin writing this age. Indeed, I am eager to begin, and have already come up with the perfect name. I know grandmother would have loved it. Of course, Catherine could tell the moment I turned to her that I had finally found my starting point. I babbled on excitedly for some time before I noticed the smile she was hiding. When I saw it enough to grow suspicious, she handed me one of my oldest age books. She must have picked it up when she linked back to Myst. seeing the name Inanin emblazoned on the book cover, I could only shake my head. The one age I never got around to revisiting was the one that might have helped me the most. How foolish was I to have completely forgotten it. I think after I have finished this work, I should take one final trip, if only to help restore an old fool's memories. Okay, so we've got the purple one lined up with yellow. Okay. I'm gonna crank this a couple more times just to see if it's got any other views. I don't. Nope, just like the other one. It's just got the one view that seems to be relevant. Else that I'm missing? Huh. Okay. That points to the red one. There's gotta be more. There's one over there yet. No, I haven't done. Okay, so this right now, from purple to here, points back to red. But I'm looking at it from this angle. I sure can. So the solution isn't going to be necessarily, it's got multiple angles to consider. Whatever this thing is. Print. Which makes sense. Because there's three sides. Hey, Tetra. How's your night going? Everybody, if you don't already, I strongly encourage you to give Tetra a follow or even a subscribe. She's pretty awesome. I don't think I can go any further from this platform. Like the rocks seem to be blocking me off, and the hands not really. the hand's not really getting grabby with anything else. So looks like I can. So it's now pointed back at the purple one. I have a sneaking suspicion that it's gonna have to go this way. Like this is gonna be an entry point to bounce to the purple and then to the red. And I don't have any proof of that, but given that two of the three options were rock, basically, that I couldn't see through. Uh Alrighty. Have fun, guy. Enjoy your dinner. Another door over here. I don't think I can. That's right by the ladder. Where's up there? Things to climb? Oh, light bulb. When I click on the plant, I expect to. What the? What? Oh. Okay. Got an ocean wind sound. Calling this sound plant. Got lagoon water. Huh. I mean, it's kind of neat. I don't know. I'm really. I. That's the only sounds I really. Uh. Huh. Okay. Well, let's keep going down. I wonder if I could have gotten across there too. The objective. Okay. To recap. In the original Myst, we found some. We kind of got sucked through a fissure in space filled with stars, but it had a breathable atmosphere, and we ended up on an island named Myst. There we discovered two men that were trapped in books, both of which were very crazy. And after solving a bunch of puzzles on the island, and we met their father, who is the one who sealed them in the books, and claiming to be a good guy. I'm not 100% on that yet, but they all had the ability to write new worlds into existence through these books. And so the sons had apparently started just plundering the worlds that the dad had written. It was just not good. We then went to Riven, where we rescued the dad's wife, Catherine. So we have Atris and Catherine. And we met Atris's dad, who is a big old fascist. And we trapped him in a book. And then they rescued the people that were in the age of Riven, I guess. It's an age. And they were all like, peace, see you later. And then I got sucked into the fissure again. And I ended up here. Not here. I ended up in the age that Atris had written for himself. And he was like, I need your help. We're going to go check this thing out. And then a guy popped out of a book, stole a book, jumped back into a book, and then somehow I got knocked into the book, and we're in that world now. And I know where the guy is, but he's locked himself in a room, and I can't get in there. Yeah. Be sure to get those fissures treated, folks. We got a gross squishy ball that makes a rabbit thing come out. That makes a squeaky rabbit. Myst, I don't know if you've played either Riven or Myst, Tetra. But in Riven, everything ended up being related to a puzzle. Absolutely everything. So copious notes are being taken. Okay, I don't... if I can lure it out, I don't see a way yet. So... Gotcha. Yeah, I owned Myst, and I didn't play it until a couple weeks ago. I heard somebody on Reddit describe that puzzle as the waffle iron from hell, and they are absolutely correct. Squee chirps. Don't get... It's like a lizard cat thing. No, don't. Please don't. Okay, it was the outer door. I was like, please don't close behind me. We'll come back to you in a second. Okay, so we're out. Ah, okay. Well, this all seems lovely. Excellent. Yeah, I had a little bit of dropped frames, it looks like. Cox really likes to just fuck me hard sometimes. Hey, how are you doing, by the way, Sky? Sky is a Smite streamer. Really fun. Really laid back. So it was a nice chill stream the other night. So far it's interesting. It definitely took some actions at the beginning of it that you couldn't take yourself, which has not been something the game has done to us before, or the franchise has done to us before. Why would you resist the temptation to make Cox jokes? So fun fact, the internet service providers here are Quest and Cox, and one of my first jobs out of college, I had a manager who was talking about internet provider, but he was gay. And he said, I'll never give up my quest for Cox, and I lost it. I had to walk away for a moment there. So, turning the crank created electricity, caused something, whatever the hell this is, to... Indeed. Let's... Here. Step into the possibly death room and... Quest for Cox can definitely be a lifelong mission. Oh, there he is. There's the dude.
Atris? Is that you? Come to rescue your books so soon? Not yet, old friend. Not yet.
No, no, I need that. If you could, not, God. Are you gonna do anything else, or are you just gonna pace back? Well, that's some bullshit. Saying. Don't mind the mechanisms of death and dismemberment. It's art, decoration, but also functional art. So. I want to know if I can go down yet. No, that's interesting. Wasn't what I wanted to do, but that's interesting nonetheless, because can I send the elevator up? Because I saw that I could access the levers from the side. I send the elevator up without being on it. Because it clearly looks like there's something under it yet. Bye! Do you ever think, like, just going back on what you said there, Sky, do you ever think, like, the person who was designing the layout for the torture chamber in the Tower of London was like, oh, and if we just put the rack over here. It'll really accentuate the room. The feng shui will be perfect. Oh, we got all sorts of stuff to play around with here. So there's a missing tooth on a gear. else we got? We got. I don't know what any of those things. I don't have any understanding of what these things do yet. Okay. I don't even know what those things are called. They're like clock winders, but I don't know what the actual name. They're not the pendulum. Pulley of some sort. Yeah. I have no idea what it goes to yet, though. Back to the... Okay. Be nice if there was, like, a book laying around somewhere that would tell me. I have done it. I have used the swirling linking book to follow him. I touched my palms to its glowing panel and felt the tingling begin. There was a sudden, sickening lurch inside my stomach, then I fell into the page. This has happened before, I know it. It happened the first time I came to this place, when I followed his murdering sons from Narayan. It happened when I used his hidden books, and it happened when I finally opened the machine, right before the fog first ate my mind. Fog. Yeah, that's been known to eat my mind a time or two as well. The fog didn't find me this time. When I opened my eyes, I was alone in a room. I was standing in the home of my betrayers. I couldn't move. I was afraid. I thought they'd know I had come and would be waiting for me. Atris was talking about he thought there were intruders in his study, and it seems that there were. All right. You have fun. They'll be waiting for me, just like they had waited inside this very tusk. I was afraid they would tie me up. Indeed. At first I was afraid. I was petrified. Let's see here. Just like they had waited inside this very tusk, I was afraid they would tie me up again, that the poisoned snakes would strike. But the silence was unbroken. The whole house was still, and without really knowing what I did, I started to search every room, every floor, every cabinet. I found his journals, Atris' never-ending journals. This document is super provocative. I found the book that brought me back to this world, the lesson world he called Jananan. Oh, Tamara, my love, how long have I been trapped here? How much of my life has been eaten by the fog? The face I see in the lagoon isn't one I remember ever wearing. So much older, so much more savage, but it is me. It is Saavedro. And I remember what they did. How they led my people to death. I have returned several times to no Amana. I am searching for some sign of his sons. I was certain they would run back to their father, but so much time has passed, so many years in which to forget about my people. Is that what happened to Atris? Safe in your beautiful new home, enjoying life with your dear wife and family? Did you become so busy envisioning new worlds that you forgot the ones you'd already created? I must be very careful. I must not let them know that I am free. I will read what journals I can find to figure out where his two sons are hiding. Well, they are kinda maybe dead. We don't really know. And when I found the sons again, when I've got the whole family together, I'll bring them down. Atris and his family will suffer. The way I've suffered for years. Cirrus and Akinar are not in Mana. Yeah, that's true. Every day I become more and more convinced Atris' sons are not there. What happened, Atris? Did you grow tired of them the way you grew tired of Narayan? Did you abandon them the way you abandoned my people behind your shield? It does not matter. I can still take revenge against their father, now that I am no longer stuck on Inanin? I don't know how to pronounce that word. Like D apostrophe Ni is Dunny for some reason. I didn't realize that. I thought it was deny until I heard one of them actually pronounce it, and I didn't recognize it. I can avenge all the dead in my world. I have already opened his other books. I have begun making changes in those worlds, using his own lessons against him. There is still much more work to be done, but eventually I will lure him into this tusk. I will find some way to make him follow me here from Tamana. I feel like I should sketch those. For now, I will concentrate on the orbiter. It is not a natural part of this world. The material that creates it is like nothing I've seen. It reminds me just a little of the shield. And if it is the same material, it can't be damaged. Perhaps I can damage the other devices. No, it cannot be true. Surely his journals deceive me. He says he's brought them back. He says he's given his Dunny brethren new life. But how? How can one man have so much power? How can one man's writings reawaken a dead world? I don't know what this means. By all that is sacred, Tamara, what can it mean? It doesn't change a thing. I can still continue as I planned. I can still seek revenge for my people. I will make my enemies suffer. By the weaving, Tamara, this changes everything. Hey, we've got, let's see here. That is a solution for a puzzle. I don't know, I have notebook paper, and yet I insisted on drawing horizontal lines instead of just using the lines. Yeah. I mean, Riven took a pretty dark bend when you got a chance to look at his Atris's dad, Gen. Sorry, Gen is Atris. When you got a chance to look at Gen's journal, I had to stop reading because it's just like fascist, 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 fascist. looks like we seeing. I have found a way to reprogram his scanning device. It requires scavenging parts from another mechanism in the tusk, but I think the gears I leave can still be operated by hand. It is finished. All is ready for Atris' arrival. Tonight I will sleep among the ghosts. Then tomorrow I will link to Tom. When I link out, I'll be carrying his book. May the spirits of my people serve to guide me in this. Except you didn't get him, asshole. You got me. Let's see. Screws out. Flux capacitor. Screw in. One in. Out. Two out. I mean, that's set exactly like it was in the book. I don't know if that's going to do anything different to the... What a weird lever. No. Ah, okay. So they are pulling the hey, check behind the doors bullshit again from Riven. I mean, I can't blame them. Why wouldn't they? It clearly worked on me 3 times in the last game. Oh, I wanna. That wasn't exactly what I was hoping. Aha, okay. I'll bet you this is where the telescopes feed into.
My sons, I promised to teach you the secrets of my ages. This world is the first step on your journey. Search the island, and you'll find 3 linking books. Each connects to an age in which you must fulfill.
Hello, Atris. Been a long time. Sorry I'm not there to greet you in person, but I just didn't think it would be wise, considering how long I've been stuck here. Trapped in these lesson ages by 2 very greedy little boys. Your sons, Atris, Cirrus, and Achenar. Of course, they're not so little anymore, not so innocent. I thought a lot about innocence these last few years and what happens when it gets lost. Worried about relation? I have it. Worried about friends, relatives, people you can't get back. I know just how you feel. But if you want to do something about it, you're gonna have to open this device. And there's just one problem. I've changed the 3 symbols that do that. So if you want to reclaim relation, you're gonna have to take your own class. Find the 3 symbols, Atris. And don't keep me waiting forever.
I feel like this guy and I want the same thing. Like, his sons are already trapped in books, and we'll never see them again. So, mission accomplished? Okay. Well. The 3 symbols to do. Yes. Okay. That's a symbol that I had drawn earlier because it's on. Oh, do we have to? The symbols aren't the tusks, maybe? Are not on the exterior, but the interior? Seems to do absolutely nothing. Like, where it is. Please? So, okay. Where is this? No, it's a bird, but I haven't seen the symbol on the island. Enhance. Enhance.
My sons,
Yep, nope,
I
we've already
promised to
seen
teach
that.
you the secret.
So he's changed the symbols, and I need to find the symbols. Yeah. Such a necessary extra cutscene. Okay, I have access to the tower now. So... I can't walk to it from there? Okay. How... Oh, no, I don't quite... Oh, I do see. Sort of. They just don't make point-and-click adventures the way that they used to. And I understand it's probably way easier to make them now with, like, modern 3D engines and things like that. But, man, there's just something... There's a certain charm, right? Okay. Oh, we've got another one. Not point. We got two of them, like, right next to each other. That one's pointing to blue. Ah, okay. We have a second red one? I do not know what this does for me. That's pointing to the yellow one that we saw. Or no, it's... Just don't know enough about those yet. The first game had a completely new language developed, like spoken language, and also the way that it's written. It's not it's not just a straight 1-to-1 correlation to the alphabet. There was also a unique number system that you had to decode. So I am still very much in the information gathering phase of this one. Oh, that's neat. There's like a fake lens flare when you... What the hell is that? Not giving me the interact with it in any way. Okay, so that's pointed at... Oh, there's a missing one. Like it's broken off. Okay. 5 buttons and a hole. And it looks like light gets projected through. Not giving me the you can fuck with this hand anywhere. Ah, okay. No idea how to access that thing that's out in the water. Is this the one? This has got to be the blue. It's pointed at. Like, I feel like this is... I don't know why, but I get this really sneaking suspicion that we're going to end up bouncing something between these by lining them up. I just... The rotation on them, the fact that you can look through and see the angles. I just don't know how to start it. Let's go take a look at this husk again. Where's broken idea? Seemed anything. Like, I want to push the button, but it's too far away. Oh no, there was a murder? Who was murdered? Dear Cox, please stop. Oh. It seems like the two sons that we trapped in the books in the that were trapped in the books in the first game might have caused a bigger problem for whoever we're chasing around in this game. Okay, well, let's go back in here and see if there's... They're just not, like... And we don't have fiber in the area. Believe me, I dream of fiber internet. Oh, hey. Cirrus and Akanar, the walls run red with steam and strangling branches. I see their bloated faces laughing at everything. I remember how they lied. I remember what they did. They brought me here to die. I followed them. The lattice roots were black from too much overgrowth. Puffer spores floated up in the hot steam and burst. No one was there to guide the spores to the branches. No one was waiting to perform the ritual weaves. The fighting had torn my people apart. They didn't care. They didn't care. They wanted Narayan to die. I have done it. I have used his swirling linking book to follow him. I touched my palm to its glowing panel and felt the tingling begin. There was a sudden sickening lurch inside my stomach. Oh no, this is just a new page? Shit. We're gonna have to keep track of what pages we have and which ones we don't. Okay. Nope, that wasn't. How do I access my... Let's see here. 5 options. How do I access my... Man, that's tiny. Well, that didn't help. Need more pages. Okay, so that panel comes out once it moves up. Got it. Yeah, so far it's looking like a good old revenge plot. They really like their clockwork elevators a lot. Or anything else. What? I know that's telling me something. Oh, hey. Four of those equals one. That's an important ratio that I can already tell is going to come up later. Good. Left-hand side. And we've got a plant that opens up with electricity. What I want to know is how to just get to the third tusk. Walk past the end right there. Oh, I know. I think I know. Yep. Okay. No. 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 Game. No. Like, I know where the solution for this is at now. God damn. Just. Why did it have to be marbles again? Like. Like, I'm gonna see I know I'm dating myself here, right? Because this is totally a thing that kids play with in 2022. But I'm gonna walk down the street and see some kids playing with marbles and get a PTSD flashback. Okay, so I lined all the symbols up, which is good, because that tells me where the marbles are. Uh, Bird door. Neither of these are exact. Centered, but Green Lantern door. Outermost one, halfway notches. All right. Back to Bird Tower. That's how they were lined up. Okay, unless I'm looking at the wing door. Of course, it wasn't going to be easy. Can I see the symbol on this one up close? That is the bird. Okay, we're gonna go back to the tower. And double check. Oh, I went the He's very considerate. He always closes that door behind him. Like, there's no real feedback here. Aside from lining them up, right? Although I will say this looks cleaner now, with them all at like halfway or straight on the marker. So we're gonna on this config. I have no idea how I'm gonna get to the pedestal on that other... on the, Green Lantern tusk to... Okay. Trying configuration number 2. Aha! Oh, fuck. Oh! God damn it. We're going to the Adana age. Not the Madonna age. No. Letterkenny is great. If you haven't seen it, I highly recommend it. Oh, hey, look, I spy with my little eye a book. I don't suppose you'll just... Awesome. Over there, huh? Okay. Well. Real swell. Is it like a natural escalator? Huh. Okay. There's my book. I'll bet you this is why it's telling me about the electricity in the plants, because I need to pop this open by getting it some juice. Sounds a bit like a rubber chicken. Yeah. Yeah, I got that part. What it is I'm supposed to be seeing. It's this newfangled contraption. You know, I don't, like, with all of his powers, you would think that Atris would have, like, standardized these things, right? Like, this world's gonna have a pair of binoculars. Okay, so it's Jinanin. I don't feel like I'm done here yet. Thing. I mean, I'm just saying, nothing says stick your head in this without any possibility of consequences, like a plant opening up. I've never seen that go horribly wrong in a movie. Is there any benefit to having them down? I can't reach new heights or anything, so yeah, I don't see a reason to leave him down at all. take back here. It's fine. I am gonna go grab another beer, and I will be right back. All right. I mean, I'm definitely not done in there. I can already see things that I can interact with in there. So, let's see. Madonna 8. There was the bird. There was plant. I'll bet you anything. The symbol I need is up that electric plant. We're gonna go take a look at this task again. Because there has got to be a way. Oh, I figured it out. Oh, I know what I'm supposed to do. After you open the door, come back here. Nope, that was not the right way. I wondered what you were supposed to do with that ball after the fact. I understand now. It becomes the floor. Yep. There we go. Love the Little Shop of Horrors reference, by the way. Okay. We can get here now, which means we need to go figure out the exact coordinate. No, I might actually have it. Hold on. We're gonna try what I have for C. Shit. Shit, I'm putting in the wrong one. God damn it. Nope. God damn it. Okay. Fine, game. Fine. This one. Oh. Maybe this one. Well, that's about as clear a picture as I'm gonna get on that. I might as well do this one while I'm here. Okay. So polite, this one. I need to go back up. Okay. All right. Second book unlocked. Materia. Well, this is certainly neat looking. Oh, balls. Okay. Okay. Well, there's our book back already. I appreciate that, unlike Myst, they are giving us more ready access to jump back and forth. Well, Okay, so the ratio. Got metal, got wood, and we've got 2 glass. And the ratio in the lab was 4 glass to 1. I could have sworn it was wood and metal, but I don't know what the magic number is that I'm looking for, though. At just whoops. Well, okay. Okay. I think I understand. Have to balance. That wooden ball rolls it. Tips the scale. It's wrong in it. So I need to figure out the weight of one wooden ball out of the materials that I have over here. It's already half. I don't know the metal to wood ratio, though, is the problem. Okay, so let's think this out. It's already half wood, so that's out of the equation. Basically just starting. So, if I put... I don't think, for the record, I don't think that's the right solution. But I wanted to see what it would do. So that is too heavy? Unless... I think that's gonna shatter too. I think it's too heavy. What? What? Is it tipping too far forward? I wonder. And then it's hitting the... It's hitting the rails and shatter. Okay, so... Leighton. Skosh. Say... Out. Put the glass in. I feel like this is a puzzle that would have more than one solution, just based on the way that you can adjust the gear and or adjust the pivot point and the weight at the other end. But I'm probably wrong. It's probably just got one. I have a feeling that if I pull this back to the middle, it's just going to shatter again right at the entry point, but we'll see. Yeah, so it pretty much has to be on this point here. Well, what if the answer is to... Maybe the answer is the opposite. Maybe the answer is to move the pivot all the way to the left and heavy. Can't take. It's not. I don't think this is gonna. I think that's too heavy. And I know the game gave me a 4-to-1 ratio. But I can't work. I've been trying to think it out, and I'm having a heck of a time figuring out the fact that you could basically only make a fourth of it glass. And I don't know what the ratio is on the metal. We're gonna slide you page that see. Derp. Yeah, so it really pretty much has to be here for sure. It has to be there, and it has to be light enough that it's not, that the weight of the marble's not gonna. Or okay, so now it is half as heavy as the. The goal to put the gear in the middle and then just balance them out perfectly. Oh yeah. I don't know that I can balance that out perfectly. Nope, that sure ain't it. it's going to lower it too far and it's going to break again. Okay, well, the marble track goes around much the whole island bar that we've seen. There's more to this puzzle. Hmm. I can't interact with it once it's moving. I have to make the adjustments and then pull the lever. Oh, you stopped them from spinning. Nope. So many marble puzzles. This is. Well, what the hell do these buttons do then? Focus, Savadro. You must not let the fog come and swallow you. There are long spells, I think days, maybe months at a time, when I can't remember what I've done. The fog rolls so thick around me, even if I hold my hand in front of my eyes, I barely see it. I strain and strain and strain, but nothing sticks. I think his sons came to visit us twice on Narayan. The first time, Atris asked me to meet them. He told me they would come through the book. He says they will not understand how your words fit together, but they will use them to open the shield. Narayan, he says, is where their lessons come together. Narayan is the sum of what they must learn. I remember Tamara was carving a spirit mask into the tree the day the boys arrive. She tugs my sleeve to get attention, points at a glide ship in the sky. I am shocked by how young the boys appear. They look so much like their father, yet they are different somehow, too. They're more impatient, and they are angry not to be treated like men. I take them to our home. I tell them I will teach them how to care for it. I say together we will encourage the lattice tree to grow tall. They ask me why they have to work so hard. They tell me, no, Savadro. That was later. That was after Atris took them away. You know this because when you see them saying these things, they are older. Their faces have become angled and hard. They have grown up into men, and something dark is in their eyes. They tell you they've come back to fix Narayan. I'm not done with this one yet, but okay. So first it goes. I'm glad I followed this. I don't know why I was vibrating there. Ah, crap. different sounds. And one that I can't seem to turn it to. And then it comes down here. This is where it broke. So hit this and it shattered. I wonder. Wonder if the goal is to track them, track where it progresses. Unless I've got this wrong and this is actually supposed to be 5, but I don't see where. Okay. I'm working off of a lot of assumption here. But we're gonna go pull the lever and see what happens. Okay. Well, I've seen that pattern. That thing. Okay, let's go have a little look-see. That does. Okay, maybe it's the other way around. Aha! Oh, oh. Okay. Well, that's just mean. Oh, it just, okay. number 1. Know where another one of them is, but hey, it goes. So just to recap, we met up with Atris again, and he was all like, "Yo, dog, I've got this new book, but oh yeah, hey, also here's another tome of my life's history because apparently that's all we can read in our existence is just books of his bullshit." So anyhow, somebody broke into his study, stole the latest book that he had written, and we got pulled into it. Yeah, right? Yeah. Like, I don't think I'm a god. I don't know, Sin. I don't think I'm a god, but my name is Atris, and well, I've written another book filled with my deeds, if you would care to peruse it. But yeah, so guy broke into his study, stole his book, set fire to the study, and somehow we got yanked into the book and are chasing after him. He thinks we're Atris, and we've been collecting this guy's journal because that's how Myst tells its story. And yeah, so the two sons that are trapped in books now after the first game apparently really just screwed this dude over hard, and he's seeking revenge. Oh, that's sneaky. That's sneaky, game. Okay, so we know it's one glass. Glass. And five. Now I want to see it from the other angle. I wonder if there's a third angle that we can see this thing from. I don't see how it could be all wood. I'm hoping it's just... No, because I tried 2 wood and 2... And then the game decided that, the marble puzzles of Riven weren't enough. And so in this age, the game has thrown like 62 marble puzzles at me. In addition to the marble puzzles I had to solve in the previous age, it's oops all marbles now, apparently. Well, it doesn't look like glass, does, or it doesn't look like wood, does it? On the no, no, I would not describe it as wow, wow. Let's see here. That link is broken, and that sucks. I thought the bot would separate that out on a separate line, and apparently it was like, nerp. Christ, game. There we go. Work better. I'm getting some audio crackle. Is that coming across the stream? So I was afraid of. Okay. I think it's solved now. But it looks like wood from here. I really wish that I could see upper right. How are you doing tonight, Miyachi? Hope it's going well. So we know we've got one glass. And wood. And I'm gonna put I'm gonna put a metal there because I know we've got some, there's the metal bands around the other one, which might account for a little bit more. Neat. What manga did you read? Anything good? Anything non-isekai? too heavy. So, for real, like 100% isekai? I thought maybe you had read a scattering of manga. Okay, let's... I feel like I tried... just the one. We're gonna try it. I don't... I, for the record, 100% don't think this is gonna work. It's 1 wood, 2 glass, 1 metal. I think this is gonna be too heavy still, or... I don't fucking get it. Literally as light as I can make it. Oh no, I get what I'm doing wrong. I understand now. Okay. I have to take the weight of the glass marble into consideration as well. Because it's adding weight. Okay. So, we know for a fact that the counterbalance marble has 5 wood, 1 glass. And we don't know what there's one piece that we can't see. Okay. But the glass marble is effectively 8 glass being added to them. So, know that weight, know that it's 1 glass, or it's 1 wood to 4 glass. So, counter has 4 wood that we can't displace. Okay. So that effectively means that we have to deal with 1 wood, 1 glass. Add 2 glass. This would give us an impact. I wish I knew how much the metal weighed in comparison. Wish I knew how to access the books in my inventory. Let me see if there is. Sorry for the crackle while I do this. Apologies for the crackle. I really sorry for that. That didn't get me any. That didn't help, game. I can't because the oh, I can right click and it okay. Looking at diagrams here because I want to see if there's anything in these that are going to help me out. Nope, not in actresses. Go figure. Talks about the weights. Got an X through one. Oh, it's a metal ball hanging in the lab, so that's one. I assume that wood isn't one. So, okay, let's see. I don't even know if I have a. Nope, that is the. No, look at that. No! Don't see that. Ah. All right, just missed things. So we've got a total of 3 balls in consideration here. Okay, we've got the one that's that's 8 glass to deal with. Got the weight of other one, which is, we know for a fact, five. Don't know. Gotta be 6 wood. It's 6 wood in 1 glass. We don't know what the mystery is, so there's 1 unaccounted for. Okay, but then we have the weight mechanism. Automatically has 4 wood. Then we have to figure out what the other glass. Okay. The 4 wood are gonna, should, in theory, negate the 8 glass. Which just leaves us with 6 wood to balance out. Okay. We know that, well, we're assuming that 1 metal equals 4 glass, but 1 metal equals 2 wood. If this is 2 glass over here, if the missing glass, then the equation would just be metal and right. One metal is worth, nope, that's not right. That's so. Suppose we could simplify this down to the least common denominator, which is glass. Okay, so we've effectively have glass weight to deal with. So that's not taking 12. Good. Well, but that's assuming that the right hand side is also glass. And if it's not, then things just get kind of fucked. Okay, so we're gonna keep that solution handy as 1 trial. But now let's assume that this is wood. It's 15 glass weight. How do I account for that? Got 8, 7. Okay. There's no way to account for 7, or for that one. That missing one has to be glass. So that makes the solution 2 wood, 2 metal. Gonna break on entry, I bet. I don't know I don't know where my logic is wrong on this one. I know that's gonna shatter, but I'm curious to see. Yeah, I mean, it's got to be. It has to be that. That's the only account for. I'm overthinking. Maybe the only thing I need to account for glass marble because of the way that it's balanced. Axle. Let's see. But no, then that would just mean that I take all the weights off. That's sure telling. try this and see. I know it's not going to work, but I'm just curious if it makes any difference whatsoever. Yeah, sure did. Okay, well, fuck. It's too late now. I, if anybody's got any thoughts on it in chat, I'll I'll take I'll take ideas at this point. That's gotta be the two brothers, right? Like, that part over there that I explored. Well, okay, it just looped around. God damn it. Ugh. There has to be a third puzzle. I mean, I can see the thing sitting right over there. Well, I'm glad that it's your favorite age. There it is. Is this the oops all marbles age? You are really trying to give me PTSD. My pleasure. Thanks for stopping by. Have a good night. Bingo! Okay. Sorry. I need to see this play out one more time. Sorry. What is the point of the plug then? I see. Okay. Okay. If it loops under... If it makes a full rotation, it shatters. Okay, so it's gonna drop down. Pop it. Over. side. Oh no, it needs. Okay, that's where it needs to be. Slide it. I feel like I'm gonna have to jump it twice though. I feel like this is not a working solution. There's 3 pegs. That tells me it's gonna have to make 3 hops. But if my theory is correct, it should pop here. Pop open over. Oh, it goes the opposite way. That's why. Okay. Yep, okay. I assumed it turned counterclockwise. I don't know why I assumed that, but first peg definitely goes there, right? Let's think about this here. Hands here. This way. Scooch it here. This one turn. I hate this already. Pop it up. Here we go. Nope, got that side wrong. Got this side right though. Oh, yeah. This is going to be the third one. Three is, let's see here. Okay, so we're just back to that fucking counterbalancing one. Memories float over me too fast. They race around inside my head, filling my soul with despair. And the more I think about how nothing can be done, how no one can be alive outside his shield, the faster the fog rushes in. I can lose myself in the fog. When it's thick enough, I can let go and be safe. I can start to forget, but I must not forget. I must remember every lie they told my people. How they manipulated us all to get what they wanted. They told me they had come to fix my world. They asked me to arrange a meeting with the elders. The books they carried in with them showed other worlds, beautiful places where people didn't have to work so hard to survive. They told my people that Atris had written these books, that he had written Narian, but that he'd made our world unstable. They said he wanted to make us slaves to the tree. They asked me, don't you remember, Saavedro? Our father wrote this world to teach us, to show his sons what an age shouldn't be. I don't know what to say, I don't know how it could be true, but why would they lie? Why would Atris have lied? Thank you very much for following, I appreciate it. Helps me out a lot. Hope you enjoy the stream. Don't know what to say, don't know how it could be true, but why would they lie? Why would Atris have lied? The books, the worlds they showed us in those books. The elders refuse to believe them. They say we cannot abandon the tree. It is, yeah, it is. It's really good so far. The puzzles have not been as devious as Ribbons yet, but I have a feeling that they're going to get there. Elders refuse to believe them. They say we cannot abandon the tree. For thousands of years, we have tended the lattice roots. Without our traditions, they will die. I don't want us to die. I don't. But Cirrus and Akinar said they said they would come back, Saavedro. Just like Atris once said to you as well. He said he would come back, but then he didn't. He didn't, and for that you will have to make him pay. I'm not crazy. You're crazy. Okay. Talk about getting a Hummer. Welcome to the channel, by the way. How was your first night? How is your first night? How is your night going? Another angle. Let's see this. world's ugliest orange. Okay, we tried 2 metal, 2 wood. Each sphere is made of 8 pieces. Where'd my stylus go? Oh, it's literally back on the surface where it's supposed to be. Okay, so sphere. You know that one is all glass. That is that one on the bottom, so that's 4 wood. And this one seems to be wood glass. I still wonder if the metal banding around the other marble has any. Because almost wonder if the metal banding, which by the way I now know that it's okay, I can see that piece. So it is 7 wood and 1 glass. Oh my god. That's glass. Okay. So we assume a ratio of 1 metal. Saying I'm assuming this part. Sorry, I know my handwriting is atrocious. I'm literally having to like so that would make 1 wood. Right? I think that's right. And the axle has to be all the way to in order to get I really I wanted to put I wanted to put a notebook on screen during Riven already. Like about halfway through Riven, I realized it'd be really cool if I could get a notebook on screen. So I decided I have OneNote, like I have an actual license for Microsoft Office. So I installed it just for this. Okay, so let's. Eight glass, 7 wood, 14 glass weight, 5 glass weight. That's what I'm trying to counterbalance. I've got 4 wood, so that's automatically 8 glass. Seven. 17 glass remaining. I don't think I can get to 17, can I? Because I know I can go back to... I don't want to go back to the other age, to Jinanen, just to go back to that thing and look again, see if it was wood or glass or metal. But if we have our fundamental equations wrong, or our fundamental weights wrong, what if it is on wood glass? That one metal effectively 8 glass? I don't know how to tell. The wood to metal ratio is what, or the wood to metal ratio is what I'm missing here to make this work. Because if 1 would equal 4, let's rework this. Okay, so let's assume that it's 1 wood equals so let's assume 1 wood equals glass. And 7 times. $37. Seven glass. It's an even larger number. I don't see that coming out. But okay, so we have 4 wood. It's for 16 glass. So One. I just have to account for 21 glass, yeah. So the answer is going to be 1 glass for sure. Bring this down to 20. I just have to work the rest out. This can't. Thinking 1 wood to 4 glass is the right ratio. I feel it. Like I can almost see the math in my head. Okay, so say do the 2 8, so that's with it's got to be metal. 2. Assuming we're assuming that the metal is just 2. Doesn't seem right. One metal equals 8 glass. And that would be 16. Plus. No, that'd be right. That'd be exactly right. Okay. It's gotta be that. It's gotta be 2 metal, 1 wood, 1 glass. Please work, please work, please work, please work, please work. God fucking damn it! I know this is just going to result in it shattering early. I know that in my being of being. Yeah. Fuck. Do this. Where was it? Alright, back to Jumanji. I was watching another stream the other day. Sorry, I need to explain the thought process on this one. So looking down that hole, I was like, man, it's kind of like the Doctor Who time tunnel, right? And then I was watching Smoke a Look the other day, and giveaway, she actually had somehow rendered video of his gaming chair like spinning around like the TARDIS as it goes through the time tunnel, and it was hilarious beyond all belief. Can I take you? Yes. Does this look like wood or metal to you? I can't... For glass, yes, got that part. I wish I could somehow attach other weights, but I don't. Here we go. What? One glass or wood? So that has to be metal then. Okay. That changes a lot of my math. One metal. Or glass. Glass. Wood. Okay. That changes a lot. Let's just I did not see that second scale when I came through here last time, so okay, so these two. So wood is the least common denominator? Wow. Okay. 1 4 glass. 1 glass. Wood. Okay. 4 wood already. This would be glass weight. Weight. It's 1 11 weight. That would make 2 43. Wood is the magic number. Okay, so we've got 4 wood, which leaves us with 39. So 1 metal is 16. So 6. Leave us with 7. Can't math. 7. We need 1 glass. Leave us with 6. That doesn't work. Or wood. It's gotta be the... No, 1 glass is duh, I was doing the old math. 1 glass is 4 wood. That'd leave us with 3. That's not the correct answer. We 1 metal. Three. Solution has to be 2 metal. Has to start with 2 metal, right? Because 2 metal just gets rid of a lot of wood off the... Can't be 2 glass. Because 2 glass is over. Maybe the answer is to change the scale at that point. Solution: slide the scale left instead of the glass. It's, I mean, we know the math now, so... By the way, next time I see Atris, somebody really needs to remind me to just punch him straight in the dick for all this. Because dude's got it coming. It's like roller coaster land. Myst the ride. I don't know what I'm doing wrong. Unless I'm not supposed to take the weight of the glass marble into consideration. Just take the weight into consideration. So that would. So the magic number is 7 either. But he did have. So if I do 1 glass, 2 wood, that's 6. But you don't actually have to put 4 pieces there. And that's that page. He's got 1 crossed out. So maybe the solution is 1 glass, 2 wood. That's gonna be too light, but we're gonna try it. Yeah, it literally has to be there. Still too. All right, I am officially at a hint. This one. My pleasure. You have a good one. I think as soon as I conclude this puzzle, I am going to call it a night as well. was close. God. I was so close. Ah, it's gonna bother me. Fucking. What game? What? 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 Oh, okay. Nope, you have to... okay. You have to balance it the other way. I was like... You can't meet the 7 that's required for that ball. So, you have to counterbalance it. I had the right idea. I had the wrong counts. God, that's... There we go. Okay. That... Save. That is going to be where we call it for the evening, I think. Ah, okay. I saw the shattered glass sitting there. And I thought maybe it was a hint to the solution, but oh, it's annoying. Good game so far. The puzzles haven't been overly challenging. Haven't been overly challenging. That last one, man. Marbles, man. Let's see if we've got. We sure don't. So, I think I am just going to conclude stream for the evening. I'd like to thank you very much for watching. I'd like to especially thank the new viewers that we had tonight and the follows that we got. I know it seemed like such a small thing. Appreciate it. Hope you enjoyed the stream. Hope you have a good night. Next time.